Hello, welcome to the March 14th, 2025 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo, and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a live stream before, how it works is you could simply ask questions in the chat field or send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. We will go through all of the questions chronologically as asked, when asking questions, if you could specify which version of Cubase you're running, if it's 12, 13, or 14, if you're running like Cubase LE, AI, Elements, Artist, or Pro, or other Steinberg programs, which level and which operating system, that information is helpful for me to resolve to help you with your question. We should have an index of all topics that have been discussed in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field. So you can look for that several hours after the live stream ends. And if you wanted to search for topics that have been covered in previous live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and we'll thank Jan from Stockholm for creating that site. We have two people that serve as moderators that help out. So we'll give special thanks to Agent K and to Jazz Dude for their efforts. They're not Steinberg employees. They just kind of do it out of the goodness of their hearts to make it a better community experience. We also will give a special kudos to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord. It's a wonderful resource of information, different links and tutorials for the Steinberg community. So once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I'm presenting from outside in the United States, outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're on the live stream, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. And with that, we will go ahead and get started. So we see Tim K joining from Zeist in the Netherlands. His cat Buddy is waving a paw. Hello to my cat Steven and Mark Rabin's dog Stella and other pets. All right, so Ezra just asks, hey Greg, this is Ezra. I have a question. How do you record both the screen and audio output? I always encounter an audio playback error. So if you like what I use for transmitting, if you wanted to do screen recordings, you could use OBS for that. So you could just kind of come over here and you could choose to do start screen recording. So if you're doing the audio output, realize that if Cubase is transmitting audio, the audio is going out. You may need to have a way to capture that audio, perhaps a secondary audio interface, or if your audio interface has a loopback functionality, then the loopback will basically take the output that's being sent from Cubase as a driver. So when I go to my audio interface here, I could look at my UR24C, and then I could actually just see that I have one driver for my DAW output. And if I wanted to capture something into my screen capture program, I would set its audio input to come from the streaming, and then I could have my voice blended in as well. So depending on your screen capture software, if your audio interface has a loopback functionality, that's kind of the intention, to get the audio into for like doing a stream or for capturing for creating tutorial videos. All right, Amos922 says, hey Greg, I previously asked about tuner not picking up audio within VSTs. More specifically, it's not picking up audio using Groove Agent. It works with other VSTs. How do I pick up audio from Groove Agent 5? All right, so let's take a look. So I will just come over here. Let's open up an instance of Groove Agent. So sometimes if you're doing drums, you might not have enough like material. So let's say if I want to come here and let's open up as an insert effect. So we will come over, let's go to my inserts here, and let's put our tuner on, which we can find under tools. So sometimes, like, there's not going to be a lot of tonal material. So let's say if I come here, you may not see what the actual pitch is if the pitch is, takes a number of cycles. So if we have something quick like that, you may not notice it. But if we just have something that's more elongated, so let's say if I wanted to so we can see that's roughly like an A flat in pitch. So some stuff that's going to be very, that could be very kind of short in nature. So, but if I wanted to do more, let's say we'll just see if we could drag this out a little bit. So if we, had longer shots, but just doing like a snare, you may not notice what the actual pitch is, but with a long sample, like a long kick, something like that. So let's say if I wanted to come over here, let's just look for So, it could be just kind of the nature of the instrument. So let's say if I wanted to come here and I had an audio sample that had more pitch inclined. So let's say we have a long bass note. That if I played this, we could see what's going on. But if you're just doing like something that's like a quick snare hit or a quick kick, there's not enough kind of tonal information generally to get an idea of what's going on with that. So, maybe if you stretch it out, you might be able to. So if you're looking to kind of get, so you can see when we click there on that note, this note is longer, that it could actually have more of a pitch to determine from that. So let me know if that makes sense for you. All right, we have Gary Strauss from Orlando, who's just asking while we're on Groove Agent, how do I save drum kits I've created in Groove Agent 5? Every time I think I've saved one, I can't find it. Okay, so if you wanted to save it with samples, so I'll just come right over here. Let's cut our pad. So I'm going to start off. We have no samples loaded. Let me just jump, and we'll just drop some samples in. So let's say, okay, I want to take these samples right here. So now we have samples on our different pads, like so. Now, as I right-click, we're going to choose to export the kit with samples. And now I could choose my folder. So I'm going to come over here and just say, okay, I want to go to my desktop. We're going to create a new folder here. So we'll say create new folder, and we'll call this Gary Drum Export. And let's go ahead and give it a name. So we'll say Gary. And under the export files here, we could kind of give it, okay, this is going to be for drums. So we'll say, okay, this is a drum set. And we can say, this will be for blues music, whatever you want. So you could do ratings. But under the export files, if you click in the center, it's kind of really subtle. Maybe not the best design, but if you kind of hover it over, you'll see this little button. And now when we come over here, we're going to go, onto my users desktop, and we're going to set our folder. So we'll just say, again, we'll say, here's our Gary Drum Export. So I hit OK. So now let's go to the Finder. We'll do new Finder window. And we'll go to our desktop. So we'll go to our Gary drum export. Here is the preset. And as we look at this, we see all the samples. Those 8 samples I dragged in are now in that project folder. So once you're in Groove Agent, right click, export kit with samples. You can navigate here where you want the samples to be placed and make sure that the samples that you have the export files included there. So let me know if that makes sense for you, Gary. Thanks for joining us. All right, wonderful to see Stefan joining from Sweden. We have David Griffiths from Wales. Says, just checking if the automatically detect audio segments is for all versions. I'm an artist, but not seeing it detect the segments. I've updated. So I'm not sure if it's in all versions, but to check, and this is one of the new features in 14.02, which is really slick. That we can now, if we have the range tools, this might be limited to Pro, but a lot of people, when they're doing it, they're not using the correct tool. So now if you hold down Control or Command plus Shift, I'll just make this larger so we can see it, and we want to kind of automatically detect different sections of vocal. So hold down Control or Command plus the Shift key. And now we could just come over here and select and be able to make quick clip gain adjustments right there. So if it's, with the range tool selected, or if you're in kind of in the dual mode, make sure that you're at the top, hold down the Command or Control key plus the Shift key. So if this is a breath, we could minimize the breath. We could come over here to this particular word. I'm not sure. I haven't tested to see if it's in artist or not. But if it doesn't work, I'm inclined to think that that might be a Cubase Pro feature only, but you could try that, but make sure you're starting off with the range tool selected. All right, wonderful to see Uno Memento joining from Finland. Thanks for joining us. We see Jan from Cubase Index. We see Jazz Dude. Always great to have both of you on, such loyal attendees. All right, we have Benny checking in from Sweden, who is feeling sick. Well, we hope you feel better for the weekend. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully we'll be able to cheer you up and show you some good Cubase tips. All right, we see Vince from Winnipeg. It's Fly-V. Thanks for joining us. All right, Kerwin Young is patiently waiting for Nuendo 14 next week. So, yeah, it'll be released on March 19th, so 5 days away. A lot of great new features. All right, wonderful to see Sable Winters on from Bay Area, California. All right, Raw Justice Hip Hop says Cubase 14 Pro got its first update, but I haven't upgraded yet due to reports of licensing issues. I want to update, but don't want the hassle. So it's actually the second, or I think maybe, it's the second update that's been released on Cubase. And there's really no real licensing hassles. It's very straightforward. But if you have any license issues, we'd be happy to walk you through it. But, hundreds of thousands of people have done it without issue. All right, Donkey Flip, just saying hi. Pro 14 update yesterday. Always been something new. Thanks, Greg, from London. It's 5 p.m. Thanks for joining us again, Donkey Flip. All right, Jack Bauer says, hello, Greg. Will we ever get a dedicated Cubase controller like the CC121? I think that we might see Steinberg focusing more on hardware, or we might see Steinberg in the future focusing more on software. So we'll see what Yamaha makes the hardware for us. So we'll see if Yamaha is bringing out future items as controllers. But I think also part of Cubase 12 was the ability of kind of taking any controller and being able to kind of customize it with the MIDI remote so that you have a lot of the CC121 functions, or even if you wanted to run multiple controllers, that it's very easy to do. And I think that's a very sensible approach to make any controller have that level of control and customization. All right, we have Jack Bauer, who just asked that question from New York City. Thanks for joining us. Miss Gun to New York. All right, so we have Raw Justice Hip Hop, says from Chicago, but he's currently doing his thing in Capitol Heights, so just kind of across the river from me in Maryland. All right, great to see Tim Weinheimer from Mission Viejo. All right, Babylonia Studios says, how do I get my mixer to show my faders, send, and plugins? For me, it's always one or the other for some reason. So currently, we can't necessarily flip the fader, like the send levels to the faders. But, if we're actually looking at, so let's say if we're looking at the full mixer, it's obviously that the sends can be larger, so a lot of times in previous versions, the sends were very small. So if we add, like, let's say an effects channel here, we could see what the send level is pretty large. There are ways where you could flip the send faders directly to your control surface so that your control surface can now, the faders on your control surface can control the particular sends for each of the channels. So you can say, I want send 1 across each of the channels, or send 2, or send 3, send through 8, and then use the faders on your control surface to control the particular channels. So if you want me to show that, let me know. But currently there isn't a way to say flip this. It's kind of more of a live sound workflow as opposed to kind of studio workflow. And since I saw your question from Babylonia Studios, he asked last week about being able to keep the video open while a different program is active and not have the video window disappear. So let's take a look at that, because I believe that behavior has already changed in 14.02. So let's import a quick video file. All right, so we'll open up our video we'll open up our video overview here. Sorry, it's not what. All right, so we'll open up our video player. So now I'm going to, and Babylonia Studio asked just on Tuesday, like, will the video disappear when I go to open a different program? So let's say if I switch the actor program to my download assistant. So now we can see that it's not the active program anymore. And before, this video window would disappear. So now that we could go to a different program, and a different program is the currently active program, that the video window stays resident and open and doesn't get kind of kicked to the back. So you asked for that as a feature request on Tuesday, and someone at Steinberg was thinking along the same lines and delivered it on Wednesday. So it might have been worked on before your feature request, but just wanted to let you know. All right, we have Keith Gilmore, is a Brit living in France, currently his parents' house in Spain. Very international, all right, and a very wet Spain. So thanks for joining us. All right, Jan is just saying, remember daylight saving times. All right, so Dallas LaRue says I got a new PC and installed Cubase on it. It completely fills up the hard drive. I've had many PCs and I've never had a storage problem. So I'm not sure if Cubase, I mean, altogether, everything is like 30 gigabytes with all of the content. So I'm not sure if it's Cubase is filling, I think I remember your question from a previous live stream that you had a 1 terabyte drive. What you can do is, the program itself is pretty small. But if you wanted to move all the content to a different drive, if we come over to the Steinberg Library Manager, at this point we could just say, okay, I want to take, like, let's say my Cubase samples, and then what we could do is just come over and we could select all the different samples that you want, click on move, and now we could just choose to move all of these to a new location. So you can move it to an external drive. So, but let me know, like, if you check out like the default locations, unless you have a really small hard drive. I don't think you could buy a hard drive that's 30 gigabytes anymore. But Cubase shouldn't be taking your entire drive. All right, InDrop says, hi Greg, is there any way to make imported samples from MediaBay quieter by default, not just a preview, or I have a default drum track with minus 6 dB imported samples, thanks. So the actual dB value for the preview, and I'll just do this with a new project just to show. All right, so let's say I'm coming over here and I'm auditioning audio files. So let's say we come to my loops here. So let's say, okay, all right, so I'm going to take my preview volume here to minus 20.9. So when I come over, I play this. So now when I drag and drop it in to the project, we'll look at the fader, and our fader is now set to minus 20.9. If I want to import a different file and my preview volume is set to, let's say, minus like 6.8, when I just double click to add that in, we could see, like, as we drag the files in, that, so when the files are dragged in, the actual preview volume is automatically accommodated for. So if I change my preview volume to very low, I drag this in, then we see that if I adjust my preview volume here and drag that in, we can see that that volume is going to be louder. So if you drag it in, the preview volume is automatically carried over. And I think if we double click, that would override it and maybe set it. Let's see if we double click, if that sets it to the value as well. Yeah, so just double clicking will also set it to the value of the preview. So give that a try and see if that makes sense for you. All right, so we have Home Studio World checking in from Jordan. Thanks for joining us. All right, sounds like Matt asks, hi all, is there going to be a Zoom session today? I can't remember what the schedule is for those. So it'll be on the 28th of March, 2 weeks from today. So generally it's the last live stream of the month. Okay, so we have Tony Trunzo from Australia who asks, when I hover the mouse over an event on the project page, the cursor changes to a pop-up showing the start and name. How can I remove that? Okay, so let me just import a file here. Okay, so when I hover the mouse over an event on the project page, the cursor changes. So I don't see the cursor changing to a pop-up showing the start and name. So if let's say the cursor, which is what we see moving here, like the selection tool, so I don't see that kind of changing. Let me I'll just open up a different project that has audio and MIDI data in it. Okay, so here I'm just trying to see, if we had the selection. I'll try to hover over MIDI parts as well. Okay, so as I hover over MIDI, I'm not seeing the cursor change. So let me know if I'm misunderstanding, Tony. But nothing kind of comes to mind what you describe, or if you want to send me a screenshot of what it's doing, you can send it to me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, and we have Sounds Like Matt's checking in from Chicago. Been to Chicago many, many times. Going there for over 30 years. All right. Wonderful to see John Costigan, north of Chicago in Kenosha, Wisconsin, kind of a border town to Illinois. All right, so we see Bratman Studio joining from Whittier, California, where it's raining today. And he's just in his studio with his updated Cubase 14.0.2 and just sending thanks to Steinberg. All right, so we have Mark Rabin checking in from Montana with his dog Stella. Everyone give a big woof. It says he took Stella to the vet, says she had a fatty tumor, freaked him out, and we hope all is well for Stella, our resident pet Club Cubase dog. All right, we see Patrick Manuel A. Okay, he says, I want to copy same pattern to new slot, use it on different notes like pattern 1. It's C1 and pattern 2. It's F4. So I'm not sure, Patrick, if that's in Groove Agent that you want to copy the pattern. So let's say if I have a Groove Agent pattern, so I will come over here. Let's open this up. And I go to, let me just. Okay, so with Groove Agent, we're going to have Groove Agent SE. We have kind of limited patterns, but if we had the full Groove Agent, so here, if I clear, let's just say if I clear a pattern, so let's say I have this as my pattern, I could right click and we will cut the pad. So now I could come over here, I could copy this pad and paste. So now these will be the same. And if we wanted to do this with more notes, so in Groove Agent SE, we have 16 pattern slots in the full Groove Agent. So if you want to go from C1 to F4, we could go to the full Groove Agent version. So I'll just add the full Groove Agent. So, and now when we go to a pattern pad, so we'll go to our pattern. So say if I want it to be on, C0. So here we could again copy the pad. So let's say you want to go to F4. So now we have 8 banks of 16 pattern pads. So now I could just come right over here and paste the pad. And then if you wanted to make changes on the pattern, you could just, within the full Groove Agent, you could actually program and do all the drum programming right there to make variations if you wanted to. So I could just say, okay, let's just come here. So now this will so you could just do variations versus the other pattern. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding, Patrick. All right. All right, Babylonia Studio says, does Cubase have a groove track feature similar to Ableton or Logic where you can set the quantization groove to a groove track rather than the bar line? So let's say if I have this pattern out, so I come here. So what we could do now is we could just kind of take any pattern. So it's not like a feature, it's probably implemented a little differently. So if we go to our quantize panel, so we'll just come right over here, open up our quantize panel. We could just take audio or MIDI events and drag and drop them right in. So if we have, we just find like another MIDI part. So any MIDI event, we could just drag and drop, and then that's the quantize preset. So we could do that with audio, we could do it with MIDI, and now we could use that as the basis for quantization. So if we wanted everything to be like a straight 16th note, we could do that. If I like this particular groove, just drag that MIDI event in, and then we could save that as a quantized preset that you could call up at any time. All right, so we see from JamZ, just asking, can you use contact drum samples? So I'm not sure if you could use contact drum samples, obviously in Contact inside of Cubase, but I don't think you could load them up into Groove Agent, and probably just as you can't load Groove Agent Contact into Contact as well. All right, Robert Gentry just says, Greg, do you know if in Nuendo 14 they corrected the alt-click cutting on stacked audio in a track when it should only cut the top layer? So I think, I haven't tried it, but I think it's going to be based on the same code base here. But I thought, we discussed that in previous live streams. That you'd kind of come up with a way to do it. But let's say if I wanted to come over, let me just look for the one file, my comping 14 file. Yeah, here we go. So if we have multiple layers that are stacked here, I thought that we just kind of came up with the ability to just select that, and you could just do the split at cursor. So if we go to function, we just do the split at cursor, and now when we open up all the lanes that only the top lane has been cut. So, but I'll check in Nuendo 14 as soon as it's released. All right, Babylonia Studio just asks, is there a way to make Cubase backup files go into their own folder? So when we come over, we could see all you have to do is go to your File menu and go to Backup Project. And as we go to Backup Project, it's going to prompt you to create a new folder. So we'll create a new folder here. We will select that folder. We could give it a name. And at that point, we could choose to keep the current project active. We could minimize audio files, remove unused files. We could choose not to include mixdown or project video. And then that is all moved directly into a new folder. All right, I think I just got an email maybe about the mouse hovering. Let me see if I could find a picture of it quickly here. Okay. All right, so let me just open up project, see if I could recreate this. All right, so looks like the all right, so when I do this, I don't see, and I see where you have like the little, just trying to look at the, I'll try different selection tools. Looks like you have the primary selection tool. So I wonder if maybe, let's say if we have the cursor set to grid here, which is what it looks like, and it's set to beat. So let me know with the mouse if you see a cursor at all. You see where it just says the bells at 55. All right, so no objects are selected. As you can see, as I move, let me know if I don't see it in this screenshot that you shared. Yeah, but I can't seem to recreate that. But I'll continue to think about it. And let me just look through a couple of preferences. See if anything pops out, maybe under transport. Yeah, so as you can see, I'm just kind of hovering over events. Let me look through maybe some. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything that I think would. Let's try this. As you can see, as I hover over, not getting that set up. Let me just look through. Yeah, I'm not able to recreate that, but let me know if, it looks like you have the selection tool active, but I don't really see the selection tool in your screenshot. Sometimes when you take a screenshot, the cursor disappears. So let me know if the cursor is present on your particular screen. While you see that, I'll continue to kind of think about it in the back of my head and see if anything pops up. But I'm not able to recreate that, but I'll keep thinking about it. All right, Jeffrey Barrett asks, hey, there's Jeff from Alabama. How can you send track colors to your mixer control surface, such as the Icon Pro Audio VL M1, using the Mackie protocol? So I'm not sure if the Mackie protocol actually sends track colors over, because I don't think the original Mackie controls had colors. I haven't had a Mackie control device in a long time. But I don't think that it's actually part of the Mackie control protocol. If you're using the icon through a MIDI remote, you could do it through the MIDI remote API to transmit the track colors. And check with icon, because I thought that they may have released some of the, or they were working on some of the MIDI remote templates for their control surfaces. But I know I've provided NFRs for them for that purpose. But I don't think that the Mackie control protocol actually deals with colors, because the original Mackie protocol didn't have colors. All right, we see John Barry checking in from the English Riviera. Thanks for joining us. He says he's on Cubase 14.02. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right. All right, Mark Rabin's wondering if anyone's going to buy the new Loop Library collection. We see Gary Strauss says, thanks, Craig, that's what I needed. I think I was come back to the Groove Agent. All right, so we see Michael Graybill sending a happy 5-year anniversary to Club Cubasers. Thanks, Greg. So Yeah, it'll actually be on Monday. It will be 5 years since we kind of ramped it up during COVID. Thanks for everyone for making it such a wonderful community that I look forward to twice a week. All right. We have Ronnie Martinson Bonde. It just says he's saying hello from Sweden where he's not sick, so that's good. All right, so we see Babylonia Studio says I should clarify the Nuendo 13. Don't know if that makes a difference with the backup folders. So yeah, it's really just the same exact function. So you just get your file menu to backup project. You'll see that Nuendo since like version 4 or something like that. All right, so we see Jordan from Home Studio World says, why when I update Cubase recently, my say project templates are not listed. Thanks. So if you update, it's should be able to look at it from the same location. But you could always try going to your media, to MediaBay. So open that up. Let's get to our user content. And then you'll see project templates. You could probably just come over here, right click, and choose to rescan the disk. And a lot of times that will make them kind of pop up. So if we say rescan disk, we can now see all of your different project templates that you have right there. So give that a try, just to right click and see if they show up. But if you delete it, your preferences, it might lose that particular link. But you should be able to, they're all kind of stored in an independent function. So okay, Uno Memento wants people to whack the like button. So James asks, James Cowell, will the upcoming update consider adding Ableton link function? So, the update that was released this week doesn't really have it. So it doesn't offer that. So while a lot of people think that the Ableton link would be similar to Rewire, it's not. It doesn't really offer, sample accurate synchronization. All right, so we have Rick France checking in from the Pacific Northwest, saying hello to me and to everyone. Thanks for joining us. All right, we have Best Korean Jesus in San Diego, who's lurking. And the full moon is getting him wilding out. All right, so you see Babylonia Studio says, hi Greg, with the mix faders, it's not what I meant. In my copy of Nuendo 13, I can't see my volume fader and inserts at the same time. There are pages where I can switch to seeing only fader. So what you want to do, I'm sorry for misunderstanding, it could be that when you right click here, and you might have expand exclusions exclusively checked. So if I see my fader here, and then I go to my inserts, my fader window closes. If we right click and we choose to not have expand sections exclusivity enabled, so it's unchecked, now we can go to our fader and see our inserts and see our sends. So try right clicking on one of the inspector tabs, and this will also work over here, so that we could see our fader and inserts kind of all at the same time. So right click on the inspector settings and make sure that expand sections exclusively is unchecked. Sorry for misunderstanding. All right, FlyV asks, what setting do I have to change to make my new tracks made a certain size? Mine are all small. Okay. All right, so let's say if we do a new project again. All right, so when I double click, this is my default. I don't think that there's really a preference for it, but you could say, so there are a couple settings here, but I think, let's say if I change this first track to make it large, and then I double click, that would change like other tracks added or kind of using the same size as this. So let's say if I make it small, so it could really depend. I think it may take its settings, it may give you a default setting, and then if that is modified, that when you add tracks, that it will assume that particular size. So give that a try and let me know if that works for you, Vince. Okay, so we see Babylonia Studio says, like, when I go to my mix console, I can only see the fader or only inserts or only sends. I can't allow to show full mix console. So in the lower zone in version 13, so this is a change that was introduced in when we have upgraded to 14, which will be coming next week for Nuendo. So when we do this, so before earlier versions, we would see we could see the faders, inserts, or sends. In 14, it's now basically the full mix console that we could see here. So in 13, you could toggle between inserts, sends, and faders. And now what we could do is actually just have kind of the full mix console. And you could always hit the F3 button to see the full mix console as a separate window. But in 13, so if you're on Nuendo 13, currently you just toggle between faders, inserts, and sends. When in 14, we can now kind of have this all and be able to navigate and scroll directly here because we had the full mix console in the lower zone. So it'll be coming to Nuendo 14 on release on the 19th which is next Wednesday. All right, so you see Babylonia Studio says, Greg, the video thing is a game changer, huge new feature. Wow, that just made me so impressed with Cubase. Thank you for updating me on that. So yeah, I wasn't able to tell you on Tuesday until it was released. So all right, so Flyv is just asking on, I think it's with resizing the tracks, if we can make them snap. So there is no real value for it to snap to. So sometimes we could have it as kind of one row or two rows, depending on the control settings that we have here, but they can be freely sized as well. So unlike where we have kind of a linear scale for time that we say, okay, between here and here is 48 bars. So there is kind of relative scale. There's no kind of vertical scale, but you could have it kind of snap based upon the control settings, but you could just make it larger or smaller as well. All right, got your just asking. I want to take a key command and assign it to my metric AB switch button on the plugin. The plugin that is on a control room insert. I would like to do with a controller, but for a key command, Cubase 13 Pro. So if the actual function, if the plugin itself, some plugins have key commands, but they're, I'm trying to think of a way, but if the plugin itself doesn't support key commands, it's hard for us to do it. So we could do it with a control surface. But if the metric AB switch doesn't have key command support, we don't necessarily we can't add functionality to, we could do it through like a MIDI remote to do it, but if you wanted to assign a keyboard shortcut, if the plugin itself doesn't support it, then we can't make the plugin do that, but we can set up a MIDI remote, but it seems like you already have it set up for a MIDI remote, so let me know if you need to see it for a MIDI remote. But if the plugin itself doesn't respond to keyboard shortcuts, then like if I'm in Groove Agent, for instance, and I want to switch between these two while it's the active window, I could hit the E button to switch between pattern and my instrument pads, and that's because the plugin itself supports that particular function. So if the plugin doesn't support key commands, then we can't necessarily kind of build that functionality into the plugin. All right, John Barry just says, hi, Greg. No change in the duplication of MIDI remote controllers in the MIDI remote editor. Have you had any luck on what is causing this? So I saw someone else mention this online this week. I was kind of doing research on this. So that seemed to work for me. So if I come over here, let's say I go to the script editor. So let's say, okay, we go to my Choy Sauce controller here. And what I saw someone did, it said they worked for their duplication and try this, but I haven't had it since I did that. It was to come over here and to, let's say if we go to our script, that we disable the controller script and then re-enable it. And that I haven't, because I always had it on my Korg Nano control and my Nectar controller here. And since I did that for both of them, the doubling has seemed to go away. So give that a try, John, and see if that helps you with that particular issue. Achilles asks, hello, Cubase 14 Pro here. Is it possible to open 2 or more projects at once and copy and paste audio MIDI between them? So yeah, so if I come over here, let's say I have no data in this particular project. So we can have one project active at a time. And how we could determine that a project is active is we see this little, it's like almost a little lightning bolt. So if I have MIDI data here, let me just draw in some MIDI parts. Okay, so if I want to now, I'll take these MIDI parts and these audio events and drag and drop right over here. We could do that. So, and if let's try. So while this isn't the active project, so let's say if I want to copy these, let's go to this project and paste. You could do that as well. So you could drag and drop or copy and paste, and you could have multiple projects open, but one project active at a time. All right, Babylonia Studio says, is there a way to import all of my Cubase settings to Nuendo and the other way around? So if you go to your Edit menu, go to Profile Manager, export your profile from, I haven't tried it with Cubase and Nuendo. I think it would work, that you could export your profile from Nuendo and import it into Cubase and vice versa. There's also, you can manually copy preferences files, but this may be a little cleaner and easier. So try going to your edit menu to profile manager, then all your user settings like macros, your user defined key commands, workspaces, plugin presets, all those will be carried over. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on. Says he's a bit here and there now. It says early start, arg. Yeah, we had our daylight saving time in the United States, so we'll probably be an hour off until April or whenever Europe changes. All right, so wonderful to see Pablo on from Galicia, España. And I want to show Pablo a new feature. I think Pablo had asked this question in a previous live stream, and I was thinking of him when this was introduced. So it's a feature in 1402. Let me see if I have. Open up the project here. All right, so I think Pablo asked about this a couple months ago. He'd asked about exporting with, I believe it was Pablo, when we're utilizing an arranger track. So let's say if we activate an arranger track and we're kind of playing along here. So let's say we're playing non-linearly. So in previous versions, if we wanted to export with the arranger track, we would have to flatten the arrangement, create a new arrangement. Now, when we come over here, we could say, let's export audio mix down. And as we do this, we could now just automatically include the, so we have the option of including the, it will automatically just include the arranger track. So let's say if we want, let's see where it's at in here. But now in 1402, you can export and include the arranger track when we're working with this as well. So let's just see. I thought that there might have been a setting for it, but play around with that, Pablo. But now you can come over, and also we have the ability of taking, we could incorporate the markers as metadata as well. So if you're working with the arranger track, you can now export it, do an audio export without having to flatten it first. All right, we have Cadeus Madness saying hello from Albuquerque. Thanks for joining us again. All right, so FlyV is asking, where can I find the recent Cubase updates? So, yeah, whenever you do that, whenever there's a new version released, you could just go to the Steinberg Download Manager, or Steinberg Download Assistant, rather. Sorry for messing up my nomenclature. All right, and when you go to My Products, you'll see your Cubase Pro 14, and now you can see the Cubase 14.02, so you could just install directly from the Steinberg Download Assistant. All right, Codeus, or Madness says, I plug my electric guitar straight into the audio interface. What is the best way to get solid tone out of it? So a lot of interfaces you may see, realize that there's often 3 different levels. So there's going to be like a microphone level, a line level. So the microphone level is generally coming in on XLR. You could have a line level, which is where maybe you'd connect a synthesizer or drum machine. And if you're connecting a guitar directly to the audio interface, if there's a high Z switch, make sure that that is checked. So if we go to, I'll just show quickly, just quit Apple Music, don't need that open. So if we go to like a Steinberg UR22, something like that, you'll see right on the front panel like a high Z switch. I'll just do UR22C, but the older ones have it too. So you could actually see like a little high Z switch on the interface. Let's see if we could. So you'll just see like just a quick little switch, and then once you have the high Z, that would automatically place it. So you see this little switch here that would set the impedance correctly for the guitar. And then once you have that, you could take that guitar input, and if you wanted to run it through a particular like guitar amp, you could just come right over here and go to like your inserts and look under distortion to the VST amp rack, and there's all sorts of great presets that you could utilize there for that. But yeah, so if you have the option for the high Z, if not, a lot of people may go into like a direct box just to get the correct impedance, like kind of what the level of the guitar is outputting to a line level, so that it could be kind of the optimum signal level. All right, so we see, hi Greg, how to export music for Apple Music, Dolby Atmos, spatial audio. So once you have a project, we could come over, let me just see if this is right sample rate. All right, so you may have to, once we do like a project setup, so I will just kind of take a project. So let's say we're working in Atmos. So you're going to want to start off with a particular audio. You wanted to make the audio sample rate to be 44 or 48K. So you want 48K, and you want your buffer size on your interface to be set to 512 buffer. So let me just, and we'll show kind of the process here. So let's say, okay, we want to go to, maybe it's might have been a project that didn't make it over. All right, so if we have, let's say a file here, we'll just do new project. Just import. All right, let me just see if I can find. Okay, I'm just going to switch the sample rate here to 48. All right, so now that we do this, we can go to your project menu and we'll just say, let's go to ADM authoring. And then we could go to the setup assistant here. And basically, the easy way to do is kind of just check these different things, and this will do all of the routing for you. So if we are playing just a little bit of the audio, we could choose how we're monitoring it. So if we're doing headphones, we could choose for this to be binaural. So as we play back, and when we go to our panner, we could see that now we could come over and we have kind of our full spherical panning, so we could adjust our height. So if I wanted to just quickly copy this track a couple times, and let's just do so if you have headphones on and listening, you may hear this kind of go behind you. So we could automate all these different changes. So I'll just automate the plugin. All right, so say we have all of our panning set up, and then all we would have to do is go to your project menu. So we go to our ADM authoring, and at this point you would choose to export the ADM file, and that ADM file is what you would give for delivery for different immersive delivery formats. All right, Pablo just says smash that like button for Greg. So thank you, Pablo. All right, so JMZ says, can you use contact library samples in the new sequencer in the latest update? Sorry. So, you could add any VST instrument. So let's say I wanted to come over here. I wanted to do, let's add an instrument track, and I want this to be Groove Agent SE, and instead of choosing our event type to MIDI part, I want to choose a pattern event. So now when I go to open up a kit, I can just come right over here. So let's say we have a kit, and I should probably do this not in a 5.1, but and then when we go to the editor, so let's say we go to, I could now just double click, and so any instrument, you could just come over here. We could add additional notes and pitches, but we could just program this pattern editor using any VST instrument. It's not linked. It works fantastically well with the drum machine, but you could use any VST instrument as well and have that automatically linked. So you could use your contact drum instrument and just simply utilize that. All right, so Gareth just asking if anyone's using the UR44. And we see from the question earlier, I do plug into high Z input. I've tried the VST amps. I'm wondering if there's a different way of finding the right tone. I have the UR22, works great. So I think guitarists searching for tone is the never-ending quest for the Holy Grail. So experiment with different settings, and like I remember discussing this with Peter Frampton once, and he's like, 85% of tone is in your fingers, and it helps if you have a great guitar and a great amp. But if someone was to go out and play on Peter Frampton's rig, you would probably still sound like yourself. And not like Peter Frampton. Another great quote, I remember, like a quote I read from B.B. King was, like, everyone, when you sit down at a grand piano, sounds differently, but everyone expects the guitar to sound the same, when different people play the same guitar setup. So, kind of tweak around with it, but if you could let us know what kind of tone you're looking for, that could probably help. If you're going for a Nile Rodgers tone or Jimmy Page or, Zach Wilde, whatever. We could maybe help get you a little closer to where you want to be. All right, you just see Tony Trunzo says, Greg, I found a setting for that pop-ups in the preferences, editing tools. Right, there's a checkbox that says selection tool shows info. So let's go take a quick look. Sorry, I missed that. So let's go to settings, tools. Select tool shows extra info. Okay, so now when we hover over events, I'll close this out. We could see that. So yeah, sorry I missed that. So again, settings. I won't miss it next time someone asks. That's my new thing I learned today. Sorry for that, Tony, and thanks for sharing. All right, my chat field jumped on me, so. Okay. All right, so we see AF Major Production says, hey, Greg, why does the autosaves folder cannot be created keep popping up? I'm at work, so I don't respond, sorry. So, make sure if you're doing the autosaves, I usually don't get that message, but maybe it's if you're doing autosaves on like a portable drive, like maybe a flash drive. And if that flash drive is write protected in some way, or the file you copied over is write protected, so check if you do like a get info or properties, if the files are write protected in any way, and maybe that's causing it, and it can't create a new file. Or if it's on a network location, make sure that everyone has permission to write to a network drive if it's on like a Google Drive or OneDrive. See, Pablo just said, wow, 5 years. Yeah. All right, so Gareth says he's about to recommend to a bandmate to buy the UR44 for his Mac. So it's a great interface. And he says he has the UR-RT4. It's been solid as a rock. And yeah, and the preamps on that are pretty spectacular. See kind words from Sirius, and Jeffrey Burden just says, thank you, Greg. All right. Gareth says, whack-a-like. All right, and Sirius just says 14 Pro is a hottie. All right, so we see Sirius says the best synth, Greg. And he's saying Omnisphere 2. So I think you can make a strong argument for Hallian. If you get the full Hallian, because you could kind of start off. Let's say we come over here, and so one Hallian is going to be like full sampling capabilities. But if we look at, so each Hallian instrument can be a combination of an analog synth, wavetable synth, spectral synthesis, FM synthesis, sample instrument, grain for doing granular synthesis, and an organ instrument. So you could create one patch that's a combination of all of these different elements together. So when you get to Hallian, there's a lot of presets that will kind of employ one form of synthesis, but you could layer every one of those synthesis engines plus samples, and also being able to utilize kind of the note expression information so that you could have filters on one note of a chord that don't affect the other particular aspects, and being able to make your own instruments that you could sell. So I would really check out like all the capabilities, and Hallian is an incredibly deep program, but I think its exploration is worth it. So, all right, wonderful to see the artist known as Love. Says, hope everyone's doing great, and says, thank for all that you do, Greg. So, always glad to help. All right. All right, so we see Sir Michael of Teams apologizes for not being here yet. So everyone's waiting patiently for their virtual ice cream. I see Gareth saying Michael is repairing 300 feet of cable wrecked by a relative in his yard. Yeah. Okay. See, Gareth is going to pop out and collect his daughter. All right. All right, so we see Got Yours says, I figured it out for the MIDI remote AB switcher, but I wanted to assign it to a key command. I couldn't figure out a way to do it either. I do appreciate you explained that to me. He's like, yeah, sometimes it's not necessarily, the capabilities aren't there in the plugin. We can't create those capabilities. All right, so we see from Flyvy says, yeah, Greg, when I make a new track, it's small no matter what the size of the others. Do you know the setting I have to change for that? And to put /set dragging and snap. So I don't think there's a particular setting. So maybe even if the first track is small, so I'll just do a new project again. So we'll come over here. So if I double click, so let's say if my first one was really small, so I'm not sure if you're starting off with a template or anything, but when I do that, so I just resized it. Now when I double click, let's see if I just choose to add tracks, if that's the same height. So you could try, Vince, just out of curiosity, if you start in kind of the safe start mode, and that you could do on Windows by holding Alt Control Shift right after starting, double clicking on the Cubase icon to start, or Command Option Shift on Mac, so Alt Control Shift or Command Option Shift, and hold that down and see if you choose to disable the preferences, if that changes the behavior at all. All right, so we see John Barry says, thanks, Greg. We'll give it a go over the weekend. He's off to flamenco night later. That sounds like fun. Have fun. All right. Wonderful to see Fett from Azalea Music. Says, greetings from a sunny Nashville. Fett's one of my favorite people in the world. It's great to see you when I was in Nashville last time. All right, so Pablo saying, yes, wow, what a memory you have, Greg. I guess that's probably with the exporting the arranger track. Yeah, I'm kind of cursed with a good memory, so can't really choose what you remember. So it's not always good. You remember totally random stuff, and it's taking up space on my hard drive. All right, wonderful to see Michael Marshall checking in from Somerset, UK. All right, Pablo is asking, question, can all CCs be deleted at once from a MIDI track? Okay, so let me add a MIDI track. So we can do it with a logical editor. We'll take a look. So I'll come over here. Let's add MIDI track. All right, so let's add some CCs. All right, so let's add some modulation data. Let's add some CC7 volume. Let's add some expression. All right, so when we look at this, we have lots of, and we'll look at this in the MIDI list editor, so we can see all of our CC1, 7, 11, and we can see our notes. So what we can do is go to the logical editor. So come here, let's get to setup, and we're going to choose delete, and I'll just add one other. So let's say we want to do pitch bend as well. All right, so we'll come here. All right, so we look at all of our data in the list editor. So we see we have pitch bend, we have all sorts of lovely data going on here. All right. So we can see notes, pitch bend data controller. So if we want to delete all of our MIDI CCs from this particular event, so let's say you had way too much aftertouch being transmitted by your controller or something like that. So we can say, let's come over here, delete type is equal to controller. So now we do this. All right, now you may notice that pitch bend is still there. And go, okay, pitch bend is MIDI CC. So actually, technically, pitch bend, aftertouch, program changes aren't continuous controllers. They're system common messages. So if we wanted to delete pitch bend and our MIDI controllers, I could come over here and we will say we're going to delete controllers, or we will choose type is equal to pitch bend. So we could now come over here, and now when we run this, it'll keep only the notes. So again, delete controller changes, but again, like pitch bend, poly pressure, program changes, aftertouch, they are not MIDI continuous controllers, so you may have to set those up separately if you have those as part of your project. So now we come over here and do that, and we could delete all of your MIDI CCs and assign that, save it as a preset, assign it from a keyboard controller, keyboard shortcut. All right, Chris asks, hey Greg, what is a quick way to export all tracks as stems all together inside a folder? Okay, so if we wanted it to be like the tracks within a folder, we can come over. All right, so we look at this. Let me activate the project. Sorry, let me just resize all my events. So let's say I have all of my drum tracks here in a folder. All right, so let's say if I want to now come over here, let's say if I just delete it, some different parts. Okay. Okay, so let's say if we want to do stems of all these tracks in the folder, so I'm going to now come over here and we'll say export audio mix down. So we can see that, so let's go to multiple. All right, so if we have like all these tracks here that we know that these are within the particular folder, we'll just kind of select all of those tracks, and I'll do just maybe a smaller range here. And so, and what I'm going to do is we could choose to include inserts. We can make it dry. I want to put these into I'll create new audio tracks. So we're going to do a kind of a channel batch export. So let's go ahead and export the audio here. And we can see that they're all kind of placed into our stems. Like, so everything that was in the folder is automatically, and now we could choose to, place the new tracks to new folder if we wanted to. But those are kind of all the files, and we can see where we had stuff cut out, that this is made kind of equal length audio files based upon the actual left and right locators, setting the beginning and the ending for the export. So give that a try. Let me know if that's what you want to see. All right, so we have Hamo checking in from Finland. Thanks for joining us, Hamo 1974. All right, let me just, my chat field just jumped again. All right, so we see from Quantization Madness, so I can create a 5.1 surround sounds even though I'm using headphones. Fantastic. So you could do that, right? It's going to be a binaural mix, like often when we are dealing with like a 5.1 in a home theater environment, that's going to be, when we're dealing with kind of more of the immersive, it's not discrete channels. But like a typical 5.1 is actually like, 5-6 discrete channels as opposed to kind of being object oriented, which is what we get with Atmos, that allows it to scale to different, like you have mono, stereo, 5.1, quad, 7.1, 7.1.4, so, or 64 speakers. So object oriented would allow you to kind of have it automatically scale to different playback systems. Traditional 5.1, like what we often hear on movies and stuff like that, or like surround music releases, is going to be discrete channels. So that would be handled a little bit differently. All right, so we see Quantization Madness just looking for David Gilmour tone best. So yeah, a lot of people have been searching for the David Gilmour tone. But, you know, generally he runs like really old, you know, like the classic tones we all love and admire. David Gilmour, like, you know, the delays he used were very old and cryptic and often tape based, and, you know, would be kind of laughable by today's standards, but he was really great at nuancing all those different tones and, you know, working with his delays, having his delays timed as much as possible, and playing, you know, learning how to play and write with delays, and just, you know, overdriving sometimes. And some people will crank it up in the speakers and perform that way and mic the speakers as well. So as you're playing, you know, I've seen people mic the studio monitors as they're playing so they can capture feedback, stuff like that as well. See, Mars Monkey Max says, that was wild with Panner. I have my phone speaker on and I could hear it panning. So, all right. Good Day's Madness just says, Jazz, I have 5.1 in my living room, but not in the bedroom/studio. But now I can play with it, and using the UMS to listen to it in the living room. So it's probably not going to translate. Some early receivers would actually allow you to have like multiple analog inputs. So you could have like 6 analog inputs. So a lot of people could monitor 6 outputs from their audio interface into 6 inputs, analog inputs on a receiver, and have kind of the discrete panning be carried over. But most of the receivers now have, you know, all of the surround sound is going to be encoded to like Dolby Digital, it could be, or DTS, or the standard kind of 5.1 formats. And now we see a lot of stuff going Atmos, so that it's, again, scalable, as we just discussed. So it may not just immediately transfer over to your living room, depending on your living room receiver. So if you have an analog, if you have an audio interface with 6 outputs, you could patch those into your receiver if it has 6 analog inputs. But if it's digital, it's probably going to be run through Dolby Digital or DTS encoders. All right, so we have Felix Garcia from Spain. Thanks for joining us. What part? I'm just curious what part of Spain you're in. All right, so we have Martin sending his best regards for the weekend. So yeah, looking forward to it. I should have some time this week to play some bass for some Hot Mess tracks, so I'm looking forward to that. All right, the Heartbreak Time Machine is saying hello from a rainy and cold Sacramento, California. All right, Jack Bourne just says how to start Cubase so it only has Cubase plugins and no third-party plugins. Windows 10. So when you start Cubase, I'll start Nuendo here. So if I do this right. So if you hold down Alt-Control-Shift on Windows, and if you're on Mac, it would be Command-Option-Shift. You'll get this option here. So, and just right after you start the program, hold those keys down, and then you'll get the option to deactivate all third-party plugins. And then you could just run the standard Steinberg plugins. So right after you start the program, hold down Alt-Control-Shift, or on the Mac platform, Command-Option-Shift. And then you could choose to bypass all third-party plugins, which is helpful for if you have a plugin that's misbehaving on you. All right, so we have IJ, Raj Kumar says, Greg, please hop on to play my own chords on the chord pads. When I play them, then go to put them onto the chord pads, the chord detection keeps getting the chords wrong. Please help. So, So let's take a look. We'll just go to new project here. All right, so let's say. All right, so I'm going to go to my chord pads. So let me know if it's playing the wrong chords or if it's interpreting the chord spelling incorrectly. So let's say if I come and we go to the chord pads, let's go ahead and clear the chord pads. Okay, so now I'm going to go over here. So let's say I play. So we'll just activate the MIDI input. So now I will select a particular chord here, and we play. So, but let's say if I come here, let's do a C major chord with an F in it. So we could just come over, say, okay, let's play this chord. So, and then there could be, so let me know if it's, if we see the chords kind of being represented, you could always kind of change the chord spelling. But even if I come here and let's say I just randomly play 3 notes while the MIDI is turned on, let me know if it's playing the right notes or if the chord spelling is not what you expect, because there's many different interpretations of chord spellings from different chords and many schools of thought. So it might be correct, but it might not be the chord that you're expecting. But you could enter in those chords if you go into the preferences. If you say, I always want my C add 5 to look like this, if we go to your settings or preferences, to event display, to chords, that you could customize your chord spelling there. Just see Ajay just saying, Greg, are you there? So yeah, I'm sorry it takes a while for me to catch up. All right, so we have Audionomi just asking, hello, Greg, I've asked my question several times before, but I've never been able to make myself understood, so I'll try again this time. So let me know if that's about the chord spelling. Okay, so we see maybe the question here. When I select multiple notes from 2 different containers, I can decrease all of them. However, if I go to the bottom area and try to compress the data, the change only affects the active track. Okay, so let's take a look at it here. So I'll just duplicate this track and we'll just paint in some, and we'll set different colors for these tracks. Okay, so say chords and bass. Okay, so now when we come here, we can say, let me just put some quick chords in. Okay, and come here, we'll put in okay, so question is, when I select multiple notes from different containers, I can decrease all of them. All right, so I'm not sure when you're decreasing, if you're decreasing velocity or decreasing pitch. So let's say if I come here, these events are selected. So if we want to adjust my velocity on all of the events, so let's say if come here, we could adjust. So let's see if okay, so I'm going to select both of the events here. Okay, so let's say we have, and I'm going to colorize the events, and I'll move these just closer, and I'm going to colorize based on the part. Okay, so we can now, and I will move, all right, I'll make this a more obvious differentiation. Okay, so it says when I select multiple notes from two different containers, I can decrease all of them. However, if I go to the bottom area and try to compress the data, this change will only affect the active track. Okay, so let's say if I'm here, all right, so I'm going to, so I think that once we're doing kind of our multi-part editing, if we come over here, we can say we want to do all parts. So let's say we do all parts on the active track. So when we're doing this, because a lot of times we may want to just come over here, and now if we say I want to switch this part to now, so let's say if I come here, when we select these particular notes, we can see which one is active currently. So when we come over here, we can see that like the roads part is active, and I come, so now I could adjust the velocity there. If I select these notes, we could only do it on the active part. So that's kind of the design intention, so that you're not accidentally adjusting the velocity of other notes unintentionally. So it could be that you're looking at one for a reference. So if I want to adjust, let me just come here and I'll split this note here a couple places. All right, so as we do this, we could adjust. So we could pick and choose what is the active part, with the other part kind of going in the background. So that's the intention, so that you're not wanting to do, full on unintended editing from one part to another. So if I want to take all of these parts here, if these are selected, and we say, let's decrease the pitch, or if we do a logical editor function, so let's say I want to come over here and let's do legato, that we could do legato on all of the selected events because we're doing it for the container, but when we're in the editor, we're not editing the full container, we're editing kind of the active part. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, Mars Monkey Max. Okay, just seeing a comment that he's making a jack. Chris is asking, Greg, what is the best way to strum MIDI notes in your opinion? Best way to offset note position and maybe velocity, an efficient matter for MIDI chord progression. So let's say if I want to come over, let's just find a quick, let's say we'll go to a Howling Sonic. Let's just find maybe... All right, so, you know, there's a couple of different approaches. I kind of like the ability of coming into the, let's say if we go to like one of the MIDI inserts, and if we come over to, I think, our Apache SX, that when we go to like different presets that we could come over here, and there's different guitar sequences, so we can say, okay, I just want to come over here. So you could do stuff like that, but you could actually just kind of make different guitar arpeggiations. What some people will do is kind of take apart here and say, okay, we want to, let's say we just have chords that are dropped in here. So let's say, let's turn my... Right, some people will use like the, if we wanted to, let's say we'll take this particular part, I'm going to bypass the MIDI plugin here. So let's say, like I have this as my chord. All right, so say we have our chord here. That some people will just kind of come over and just say, okay, I want to take this and let's grab our trim tool. And you could just say, okay, I just want to kind of trim like that. So we can say, okay, let's take that in. So, and if you wanted to now take this particular event, so let's move this to the beginning of... So at this point, what I could do is say, okay, let's come over here to our sequencer, and then I could just cut this particular event here, and I'll take this event and drag and drop. And now every time I play a chord, I could just... So say we'll take the bass note out and drag and drop that event. So you could take any like strumming pattern that you want. If you wanted to make your own, drag and drop it in and do your strumming. Or again, just kind of come over here, say let's go through some of the presets and change the rhythmic values here. So like different ways of doing it, whether you want to do editing or use like the arpeggiators, but there's lots of great guitar parts. So, and again, we could just kind of change the rhythmic pulses of it. So, some different ideas for guitar strumming. Okay. All right, Michael B asks, is there a way to have one window of channel always on top? So let's come over here. All right, so let's say we have our selected track here open. I could right click here and just say always on top. And then I think as we would select different tracks, so if I come here to my hi-hat, I can now come over here to this track, go back to my hi-hat, and this would automatically update the selected channel view right there. So it makes it pretty easy. So let me know if that makes sense, but you could right click and say always on top, and now this way we can just say anytime that you go to a different channel, all of those settings, that the selected channel settings will be reflected right there. See, Pablo just says it works with big capital letters and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's very Spanish of him. 6 exclamation points. So, see, when you mention stuff in live streams, it gets sent in as feedback. So. All right, Gary Strauss asks, I forgot to ask you if there's a way to select multiple tracks with only a mouse, as I'm sitting behind a keyboard, behind a drum kit, and have no room for a PC keyboard. So if you want to select multiple tracks with mouse, so if you have events on the project, I think there's a preference that we could set, or preference or settings, depending on your OS. I think it's under editing that when you select an event, that the track selection follows event selection. So if we come here under preferences or settings, editing to track selection follows event selection, hit apply. And now even if you have just like a blank part, I could now select the events with my mouse, and those tracks will automatically become selected. So, even if you had to double click and create like a one measure empty event, we could just come over here, and if we have that copied to multiple tracks, now I could select, these particular events here and just say, boom, and all those tracks will be selected without having to have a keyboard. So let me know if that would work for your keyboard lists setup, Gary. Heartbreak Time Machine just says put the keyboard on your hi-hat. A lot of people also use a phone and use the Cubase IC Pro app for a phone or tablet. All right, Sable Winters wants people to hit the like button. All right. We see Yash Desai tracked his question. Sai Harsha just says, anyone help me with my question, please? I don't think I saw a question from you, Sai. But let me know if you just want to type your question, and we'll get to it in time. I'm currently about 31 minutes behind the live questions. All right, Michael B says, how to use the listen button. The listen button on channel is the best way. I want to listen only delay or reverb, and can I export only delay and reverb to wave? Okay, so let me just revert this project here. Okay, so let's say on this project I want to, let's add a reverb for demonstration purposes on all of my drum tracks. All right, so don't want to add a group track, I want to add an effects track. So let's say we'll come over here, so effect track, so we're going to add reverb. Okay, and let's say on my guitar tracks I want to add delay. So we'll do the studio delay here. Okay, so now we listen to our project. All right, let me just check my sound levels here. So we hear the, all right, so now when we come over, so, all right, so right now we can see our drums are all going through reverb. So let me just bring these up. All right, so let's say I want to solo my reverb. This would solo kind of all the channels. Let's make the reverb a little more, a bigger room. Every drum set needs to be in an Austrian concert hall, so it should be more obvious when you listen to it. Okay, so right now when we solo in effects return, we're going to hear the source tracks also soloed because it's following the path. But if we're utilizing the control room, so I come over here and I'm just going to set up an output. So we say, okay, here's my HS. I have my monitor set up. And now what I could do is if I wanted to listen to a particular track, so let's say I want to listen to the bass part, I could have the other tracks dimmed down in volume, and we could adjust the levels here by our listen dim setting. So if I wanted to hear so if I solo the bass, no other tracks are playing. But if I click on the L, now these other tracks are just dimmed in volume. So if I just wanted to kind of listen to it in context still, but be able to hear it better, I would use the listen bus. So solo mutes the other tracks, listen will dim. Now when we're dealing with effects, I could just say, now I'm only hearing the reverb, or I'm only hearing the delay without the source track. So soloing an effects channel solos the source tracks as well as the reverb. But if we wanted to just isolate the reverb, now we're only listening to the reverb. And we could edit the reverb as we want. Now, if we want to export, I'll just do kind of an abbreviated range with my left and right locators. Those effects, what we could do is just come over, let's go to our export audio mixdown. And I want to, we'll do batch, and I'll just say, let's do my channel effects, and I'm going to select my effect channels, and I'm going to say, let's create an audio track. So now I'm going to export audio mixdown, and it's going to render my effects channels as separate tracks. So if I want to pass this on to someone, now my effects have been rendered independently. I did a different sample rate. So now we're only listening to the reverb return channel. So you can do it just like that. So again, to export, to have the effects tracks rendered, just go to export audio mixdown and select multiple, select your reverb, and then your effects tracks, and then choose to create audio track, and it's going to just lay it right back into your project. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right. See Pablo just saying, wonderful, why haven't I thought of this before? Thanks, Greg. Make a shortcut for that is a great idea. I wish I remember what it was. All right. Maybe that was with the delete controllers. All right, my chat field just jumped. Let me see. Okay. All right. This question I may have missed from Michael B. Question is, can you set up some visualization of audio track, maybe in supervision, to preview audio before effects like a compressor or others, and after the effects? Is it possible? Okay, so let's say I want to come over. Let me just find. All right, so let's say I want to take the bass here, and let's say on our bass part, I'm going to put all right, so let's say I'll just so let's say we have that going on. So I'm going to go and let's go load up supervision. So if we want to see kind of like the impact that those effects have, let's take a look, see if we could do it in supervision. So we'll go to my inserts on the main. And let's choose under waveforms. I think we just do and let's add maybe like a frequency. So let's come over here to under spectral, sorry, let's say. All right, so now if we come over here, I think that we could choose let's see if we could do it. All right, so let's say we want to do the stereo out. So we could choose to do kind of the mix down file. So let's say if we want to do like the middle channel. So let's say the stereo out, let's say we want to do our stereo out. So here you could kind of choose different parts, but let's say if we want to go to our wave scope. So here we can see like our mix down file, what that's doing, our stereo output. Let's say we want to do stereo overlaid. So you have different options of like what you want to see for each of the inputs. So if you want to see like what the mid channel looks like, we could just come over here and say what does the mid versus the sides look like. So we don't have much sides there. And then if I just come over here, let's say I just take my inserts and EQ, I could just, let's say if I open this up, this channel view, and let's say I bypass the EQ, we can see that the EQ adjustment is there. Let's take my black valve. So here we can see the direct relationship of what's happening with that track. So the compressor is bringing the level down, the EQ is bringing the high frequencies in. So we'll see how those will just disappear right here. So this way we can kind of see the before and after visualized in a couple of different ways. So let me know if that's helpful for you. All right. All right, so we have the Heartbreak Time Machine just asks, question is MIDI event editing also available for lanes when recording multiple takes? I believe so. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so let's say okay, so I'll just put it into cycle. Say we'll do no mute. All right, so say now when we want to, I could pick and choose which parts that we want. If we want it to all be set up kind of like comping. So that is where I had it set to no mute. But let's say if I just want to do stacked MIDI record mode, I'll come here. So, you know, if we wanted to now, so if you want to see, let me just, okay, let me just make sure. Okay, so is MIDI event editing also available for lanes when recording multiple takes? So yeah, so as you can see, I could just work with it in individual notes, or as we do edits, if there's no mutes, all the different notes would be selected here. So you could do your MIDI editing kind of collectively, or you could have it kind of like the audio record mode. When you're doing cycled MIDI recording, if you choose no mute, then each one of those would be individual. All right, Michael B says, when my level and my stereo output is higher than 0, what can I do for the best? Limiter, brick wall, change the level of the stereo out channel. Is it changing the sound tone? So I would probably, if I was in a situation where everything was kind of cranked up a bit, so I'll just revert this file quickly here. My first inclination was if everything was kind of running hot, and a couple of different ways of approaching it is, probably the simplest way is, let's say I have everything, I'll just bring all these up too loud. So let's say, my first guess may be so let's say if we're running too hot here, maybe to bring the master fader down, but that could also be still, like, some of these tracks could be clipping and overdriving, but the master fader, another method that you could do is to take all these tracks, some people could send them to like a pre-mix group and bring that down. But when you bring it down, it may affect kind of the gain structure. But you could also just come over here and say add a VCA track. And now this VCA track, I could bring this down, and that wouldn't affect kind of the automation, would still be, the proportional automation would still be intact, and the gain structure going to the effects would be intact. So I would maybe, like as I'm building the mix, maybe bring the master fader down if it's too late and you have lots of gain structure issues with effect sends and sends going to groups, is maybe take all the elements and send it to a master VCA and then bring that down. And if you have automation, all the automation will still be going on. It will be attenuated or boosted based upon the VCA fader value. So give that a try. Okay, so we see Paul Gilrith asks, I have a large template and use Logical Editor to hide things I'm not using, but I can't figure out this. I can't figure out how to hide the subfolders if they don't have active tracks. Thanks. All right, let's give it a try. So let's say I want to take subfolders here. Okay, so we have folder. This folder has now multiple subfolders. Okay. Okay, so let's say we have our subfolders. So let me see if we could create. So you want to hide things it's not using, but even I can't figure out this. I can't figure out how to hide subfolders if they don't have active tracks. All right, so I'm going to make 2 audio tracks here. Okay, so we have our folder, let's say drums. And the drums have kick folder, subfolder for snare, subfolder for toms, and a subfolder that's empty. Okay, so we want to hide subfolders if they don't have tracks. Okay, so let's see if we go to our project logical editor. Okay, so let's say we want to, all right, so I'm going to hide subfolders if they don't have active tracks. Okay, so let's try selecting media type is equal, or say container type is equal to folder track, and we'll say the property is set to is empty. All right, so let's see. All right, so I think if we had no data, let me just remove these just out of curiosity. Okay, so if there's tracks in there, okay, so let's, all right, so we have no, all right, so the folder isn't empty, but let's say if we want, all right, so I'm not sure if the tracks are empty or if you said disabled. All right, so let's, if they don't have active tracks. Okay, so let's say I'll take a different approach here. I may have to work on this over the weekend, but let's see. If we go to channel and track visibility first, so say, all right, so let's say if I just come here, and let me see if I can invert the selection. Okay, so let's say, yeah, I may want to, let me play with this over the weekend. Pause call, and if you want to send me an email, but I'll make a point to see if I get a logical editor. It may take me like 15-20 minutes, but I'll see if I get a logical editor. I think I might be able to do something between a logical editor and a macro for that, and I'll show it to you on and we'll show it on Tuesday's live stream. All right, Yash Desai asks, hey Greg, can I use the edit in place editor to repeat and duplicate MIDI and CC together on multiple tracks? Let's give it a shot. And we could do it on one track, but let's see. I think I had a project set up for this. Okay, so let's say I had let's open up my in-place editor. Okay, so we have our in-place editor. Let me just close this one. I'll move it over just a little bit so we can. Okay, so let me grab my range selection tool here. And so here I want to take these notes in the MIDI CC. So I'm going to select the notes in the MIDI CC, and then I'm just going to hit Command D to duplicate. So yeah, you can have multiple events in the in-place editor, select with the range tool, and both the MIDI CC and the note messages, and duplicate away. All right, Rick France asks, hi Greg, is there a way to search for key commands to find out if a key command is already in use? For example, I want to see if I already used Command Option Shift P without trying to figure out what it did. All right, so if you go to the key commands function, so go to Edit, to Key Commands, and as we come over here, just click on the keyboard, and then you could type in the keyboard shortcut. So if you say, oh, did I assign this or anything? So once this keyboard is active, you could type in your keyboard shortcut, and that will reveal if it's been assigned, that particular keyboard shortcut has been assigned to any function. So once you go to Edit, to your key commands, in the search, just to the left of the search where you see the keyboard, click on the keyboard, and that keyboard will allow you to enter the key command and just do a search. So just kind of click in this field, enter the key command, and you could see what function that key command has been assigned to. All right, sorry, my computer fell asleep with all the questions. All right. All right, Babylonia Studios says, how much longer will you be live, Greg? So we'll probably go to, I think you're on the West Coast, we'll probably go to 5 o'clock U.S. Eastern Time, which is 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Western Time. All right, so we see from 808 King says, sorry, trying to say in the key command settings, I cannot find the auto detection command and shift. I want to change it to something else. Please help. So I'm not sure if it's changeable. Let's see if we could search for it. But it might be if we go to settings, to preferences, and let's say tool modifiers, to range tool. Yeah, so if we come over here to audio segment editing, you could adjust the the modifier keys here. So it defaults to Command plus Shift, but you could just come over here and modify the key command modifiers right there for the modifiers. So for the audio segment detection. So once again, go to Preferences or Settings. Go under Editing, Tool Modifiers, select the Range tool, and then you could adjust it there. All right, Babylonia Studios. Is there a way to show volume faders or change volume on a track in a section view like an RDAWs where there's a volume to the right of the name? So like as you kind of look right here, you know, if we open up the track, this is your volume. You can see the volume. So it's not necessarily right here, but you could always have your inspector settings there. You could also open up your automation value and just adjust right there if you wanted to, but just maybe not in the range in the, like the track control settings, because most Cubase users are always, you know, have the ability to see like your mix console fader here, your fader here. You could open up one mouse click here to adjust, or you could see the fader right here as well. So you get to the fader like, you know, 3 times usually by default, and 4th with one mouse click. Okay. All right, Rick France asks, hi Greg, is there a tag feature, not color, for tracks in Cubase? If not, can this be a feature request? It would be very useful for logical editors. Like, let me know what you want to tag. Like, do you want to tag metadata for the tracks? Do you want to tag or metadata for like audio events? Do you want to, so I know you said not to color for tracks, but maybe Rick, if you could specify like what you want to tag. All right, so we see from Audio Nomi, just says, just going back to our multi-part editor, it says, please select the bass notes and chords and try to make them descend together in velocity by acting on the velocity window. So as I mentioned, you know, when you're in the editor, it's going to be doing one part at a time. But I think, you know, if you want to, let's set up a quick keyboard shortcut. So let me just come here. Let's add our instrument track again. All right, so let's say if I come, okay, and All right, so I'm going to color by part so we could see it. All right, so again, when we look at our velocity, as we indicated before, it's going to be kind of the one active part. So if we wanted to, let's see, if all of the parts are selected, it's still going to kind of choose. We'll say all parts. Okay, so right now we're all same velocity level. Select. Yeah, so they do function differently. You can have a keyboard shortcut to go to the next part, but I'll pass that along again as a feature suggestion. But they do edit separately, and if you're doing a lot of complex orchestral stuff, it's much easier to be able to treat those independently, because people in previous versions where we had something like that in early Cubase, going back to Atari, people would often mis-edit the wrong part. It was very easy to do that. So I understand what you want to do, but I don't think it does that, but I'll pass it along as a feature request. So Babylonia Studio, is there any downside to using Nuendo over Cubase for things that don't require Nuendo's extended features, harder on CPU? So no, there's no, no downside. It's obviously cost more money, but but there's no downside, just other than Nuendo costing more than Cubase. All right, so we see from Ajay, just said chord problem part 2. I'm doing it a different way. I record my chords as a MIDI event and then click the 3 lines, which imports them to the chord pads. When I do this, they are always wrong. Can I correct them once they are loaded into the chord pad? So let's say I'll just come over here. I'll record some chords. So all right, so here I just got. All right, so let's say I will just record some quick chords here. Okay, so now when we come over here, so let's go to the chord pads. I'm going to select this particular event. We will say so say assign the chord pads from the track. All right, let me just select all. Okay, so I'm not sure if you're, so let's, so I recorded my chords as a MIDI event, then I click the 3 lines, which imports them into the chord pads. So let me just, see if I, so now I can do it from the chord track. So let me just, okay, so let's say we have our chords here. So let's look at the chord pads. I'm just looking at you say the 3 lines. So I think that this is not from the chord events, but if we make a chord track, so let's say I come over here, let's get to my project menu. So I'm not sure if you're going into a chord track, so we can say create chord events. And now we could import those. So if we want to edit these chords, all you have to do is just, come over here on the right-hand side, and then you can just edit the chords as you see fit. So once you select a pad, you can freely edit here on the right-hand side. You may see other definitions, but if you just kind of scroll through here, you can see the chord definition editor there. All right, so we see Babylonia Studios just asking, I do like to go to extremes, but sometimes I don't, and I just wonder if it takes up more resources when I'm going to those extremes and basically using it like Cubase, so you would find the functionality would be the same. So we think of Nuendo as really Cubase with a bunch of other amazing features for dialogue, game, audio, and post-production. All right, Babylonia Studios asks, is there a way to change the output of multiple tracks at a time, like when I want to reroute a bunch of instruments to a bus? So let's say we have a number of tracks here. So let's add, I'm going to add a group channel. So we'll just come here, let's add a group. We'll say route to me is the name. So now I could take my different instrument tracks and be able to come over here. So I'll hold down the correct modifier key this time. I'll take these instruments and audio. And when we go to the routing, we could now come over here and just say, instead of to the stereo out, I'm going to hold down Alt or Option plus Shift. And then I can say we're going to route all these to that particular group. And now when we look at our routing, we'll see route to me. I come over here, route to me, route to me. And the tracks I didn't select are still going out to the stereo out. So you could select all the tracks, hold down Alt or Option plus the Shift, and then you could route them all to the same output. If you hold down Shift and you wanted to route multiple inputs, if you want to stagger and increment inputs or outputs, you would just hold down the Shift key. Alt or Option plus Shift would send them all to the same value, basically in the mindset of quick link. So the same functionality to be consistent throughout the program. All right, wonderful to see Pertti Komenen checking in from Finland. Alan from Scotland asks, can the Steinberg VST content folder be relocated to another drive other than my C drive? I meant the VST sound folder. So yeah, you could just do it directly. You have a utility that's installed called the VST Library Manager. So, or the Steinberg Library Manager, rather. And now what we could do is you could select all of the content here. The easy way to do it is you could select all of your Cubase content, your Groove Agent, Pad Shop, Retrolog, if you have the Grand installed, select, you'll see this little checkbox, select the checkbox, and then click on Move, choose your new drive location, and then all the content will move off of your C drive to whatever folder, whatever drive you want. And at that point, it will keep the links so that you don't have to reassign all the different folders. So once again, select all the folders in the VST Library Manager and then click on Move, define a folder, and all those presets, all the content will be moved to your external drive. Wonderful to see Dwight Cunningham checking in from Bahamas. All right, so we have great to see Estefan Carlos Benson says, when using the divide track list feature, doesn't seem to support track visibility agent in version 13. Is that fixed in 14? For example, hiding a muted track in the upper region won't work. All right, so I think they're going to work, but work independently. So let's take a quick look and make sure. All right, so let's come here. Let's say we have 2 audio tracks, and we'll do a divide track list. So we'll go to our project. So we'll say divide track list, and I'm going to add 2 audio tracks up top. So let's say if we now come over and let's say we want to just make sure I have this. All right, let me just, all right, so we say hide muted tracks. So now if we're in this, let's see if it works. Yeah, so I think the design intention is not really, is to have this be kind of a separate area that is, where tracks are always visible. I can see where it could make sense, but sometimes it will work independently. Like when we have to come over here, I'll just try it one more time. But, I think that the design intention is that, you put the tracks here so that they are always visible, so that it could be a vocal, it could be a video, it could be, your tempo track, so that those elements are always visible. And that's generally why you move tracks, so that as we navigate between, large projects, that these particular tracks will always remain visible. So that, I believe would be the design intention of that, so that, why you moved it here initially was so that it could always be seen and it's not off depending on what tracks are currently visible. So, but I'll pass it along as a feature request. All right, Babylonia Studio says, is there a way to move a file to its embedded timecode in the Cubase timeline after you've imported it? So let's say I record some audio files here. So I will come over. Let's just hit record. All right, and now I'll record here. Okay, so we've had these files, and these files have their timestamps. So let's say if I move all of these, move them around here like this, all you'd have to do is go to your edit menu and say move to origin, and then they would automatically be placed at their broadcast wave file timestamp. So once again, just come over, edit menu, move to origin, like that. All right, so I see Vince just saying he's stuck with a small track size and it's not snapping when I make it bigger plus smaller. If you want, Vince, if you want to email me, I'd be happy to take a quick remote look at your system, maybe over the weekend if you have like 5 or 10 minutes. I'd be happy to look at it for you. Just reach out to me by email at clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. Wonderful to see Fred Corey on. My dear friend Fred, who's Amos Moses project I probably used on every live stream. He says, I like that song, time to get you a new one. So I will always take a new song from Fred, a new project from Fred. So great to see you, Fred. Hope you and Amy are well. Pablo just says, you won again, Greg. Everyone could Google Fred Corey. So, and check out, again, his work. I think I mentioned on a live stream a couple weeks ago with Billy Morrison, Ozzy Osbourne, and Steve Stevens. Watch the great orchestration that he's done. All right, so we have Cornell checking in from the Netherlands. Okay. All right, so Midnight Picnic says, hi, Greg. Is it possible to create a chord track from a single audio sample? If the sample has chords in it, so, an audio sample, if it's a monophonic, it's not going to make a chord track from it. But let's say if I come over here, let's say, come over here and, all right, so let's say I want to find, all right, so I have this. I want to take this, so we have chords here. So I want to, let's just add, I'm not sure if I have a chord track in already, so let's get to add track, and we'll choose chord track. So I'm just going to drag this, single audio loop, and then it's going to tell us the chord progressions right there. So as we play. All right, so you can see that Midnight Picnic. All right. See Jazz Dude doing some moderation. All right, Peter T says, having a nightmare trying to get a single audio drum track to MIDI. Any tips? As very audio is not working for me. Tried spectral layers, but not having separating, but kick drum from floor tom, etc. All right, so let's say if we have so if it's going to be a single audio drum track, all right, so let's take a look. So we'll come over here, just do a new project. All right, so I'm just going to take all right, so we have this, and let's take a look. So, okay, we have. All right, so I'm going to go into spectral layers. All right, so let's come over to our modules, and we'll say unmixed drums. Okay, so now this is kind of broken down. Like our kick, snare, hi-hat. So I'm going to drag this kick over. And now we could just kind of, so we'll just, all right, so let me add, so I will just quickly, let's see, I'm going to just quickly render this. So I'm going to say audio bounce selection. Now what I could do is just go to my hit points here. So we'll double click. We'll say, okay, let's go to our threshold. Okay, so we'll adjust our threshold. So we have our hit points and let's say intensity. And I'm going to just load up a quick drum. So let's say, okay, we'll open up. Just okay, so let's go to Marco Miniman drums. All right. All right, so let's say we'll listen to it. Okay, so what I want to do now is we're going to take this sample. So we're going to say, you'll see create, and then we'll say MIDI notes. I'm going to put it onto C1, and now we could have, so let's mute our original. So we'll play our loop without the kick drum, the audio kick drum replaced by MIDI. And I will just put this into a quick loop. So we turn the volume down here. And now, of course, I could select the drum, and if I wanted to adjust my tuning. So, but if you have like floor toms kind of going on at the same time, the algorithm in spectral layers is going to be for if you have a kind of a mixed drum loop or a stereo recording of all your drums, you may have to, as you work with the MIDI, you may have to adjust the, once you've done the extraction, maybe filter it out and then do the MIDI conversion from hit points. But I think you should be able to get it pretty easily set up that way. So let me know if that makes sense, Peter T. at all. Okay, so we just see a question, how MIDI to audio. All right, so if you want to convert MIDI to audio, there's a couple of different ways. Probably the fastest way is just to come over, go to edit, and say render in place. And we'll go to render settings. And now it's muted the MIDI event, and we have the audio automatically rendered. All right, so you see a question from Babylonia Studios. What is up with the whole Nuendo network thing? Does it actually work? I feel like there are so little resources to learn about this feature. So yeah, it's not the most widely used feature because a lot of people that are doing digital audio workstations are working by themselves in a room and aren't networking. But, I can tell you for game audio production and post-production where, one person, I remember about an interesting story. I remember being in Nashville once, and there's kind of a legendary singer cutting tracks, and her pitch was a little off. And there was an assistant that was actually in a different room in the house, and he was actually using VariAudio to tune vocals while she was in the session without her realizing what was going on. And I was kind of a witness to this whole thing where, at one point she's like, wow, it sounds pretty good. I thought I was going to have to redo that one, but it sounds great. and she didn't realize that an assistant was in a completely different room that she couldn't see, tuning her vocals and flying into changes. If you're doing game audio production or post production, it could be very common for one person to be doing dialogue editing while one person is doing sound effects, one person is doing ADR, one person is doing music editing, and someone is the audio director, and they're working concurrently together. So that is not the vast majority of people that use DAWs. For those people in those types of workflow, it's a mission critical feature. All right. Okay, so FlyV says, I think enlarged selected track is my answer. So make sure, because the enlarged selected track can also have kind of an impact, so let's say if we're here, I'm just going to use, control, so see if you have enlarged selected track turned on, because that could, that could have an impact. So now when I select a particular track, that could adjust kind of the track settings. So see if the behavior does change if you have enlarged selected track turned off. Then it might, because if the selected track isn't turned on, but now since Cubase 13, also if you just hold down the control or command plus the shift key and use the mouse scroll wheel, you could just take all of your tracks, all of your events, and just kind of zoom vertically with all the events. And if I want to zoom horizontally or navigate horizontally, we could just come over, hold down the shift key to navigate. If we hold down just the command or control key, we could zoom horizontally, and hold down the shift key, we could zoom vertically. So that might be just a super fast way to resize everything so you're not grabbing multiple tracks all at once. See a comment from Fred Corey that the project logical editor is always so difficult for me to figure out, but so necessary. So it's a once you kind of get your head around it initially, and I'll tell, like, the example I often tell people is, what an album I did 33 years ago, where, it was a project, it was kind of a 16 track, 1-inch studio, like a $25 an hour studio. It's pretty common at the time. So it was like a Tascam M3500 console. And, we chose to do electronic drums, but real cymbals. And with the MIDI logical editor, we ran into a problem that we didn't hear that the ride cymbal was sending a false trigger on the tom pad below it. So every time the drummer went to the ride, when we got home to do drum edits in MIDI, there was a number of little, low velocity tom hits that was being kind of falsely triggered by the ride cymbal, probably from it was on the same stand together and the vibrations. So I just set up a condition. So, set up conditions, and Fred, you will run into this in your compositions where, okay, and I set up a condition of, okay, every F sharp 1 note, or every every F1 note that has a velocity below 45, delete. So instead of going through like a fine-tooth comb, finding every single false tom trigger, I could just let the logical editor kind of do those situations. So it's kind of an if this, then that. So set up what you want to affect, how you want to affect it. And once you kind of get your head around that, I know it's conceptually could be hard at first, but once you have that set up a couple presets for yourself, it'll be like a big epiphany for you. All right. So you see from Val says, since the last update a few days ago, my save track presets in Cubase Pro 14 and Windows 11 have completely different track values. Like some are plus 4.6 dB, others minus 0.89 dB, and they were saved at 0 dB. So if you have a track preset, I'll do a test over the weekend, but if you have a track preset that you want to share, Val, I'd be happy to take a look at it for you. All right, so Ted Moose asked, this is probably simple, but I want to create an audio track, and when I record on it, it will record anything that is playing in my active project. Okay, so let's say we have, we'll go back to this track here, and I want to, so a lot of people may have almost like, we'll consider it kind of like a group track for this. So let's say it's kind of maybe like a print group, if you will. So let's come over, I'll just take this project here. And what I want to do is I'm going to route all the particular tracks to kind of a pre-mix group. So I'm going to come right over here. Let's take all these tracks. And we could do this a couple different ways. So one is, we could use an aux send to it. We could also just come over, show you in a clever way that most people don't know. So let's scroll down here. Let's set up sections. And there is a section called direct routing. So I'm going to now come over here. So let's create a group track. So I'm just going to add a group track, and we'll call this our pre-mix group. Okay, so we could hide that, but what I want to do now is to select all of my tracks, and I could send them to this pre-mix group. So I'm going to enable Q-Link. We'll go to my direct routing. All right, so I'll select all my tracks again. Sorry for my operator error. And now I want to send these all to my group. So I'm not altering any of the routing, but now everything is being routed to this premix group. So as we play, we can see this group. So if I wanted to always capture everything, I could add an audio track. And let's set its input from my premix group. And now, as we come over here, we'll say, okay, group out. Let's say premix group out. And now I could just place the project into record on that track. And when I add that group premix is sending the audio input directly into this track. So once I have that kind of set up, I don't have to think about it. This track could be hidden from the mixer view. So if I wanted to come over here, let's say, okay, we solo the bass. Now I want to hear everything. So everything we're doing in our mix can just be statically recorded like so. So consider adding a group track, and if you have all of your sends, being used, you have complex routing, just simply send it, and in the mix console, go to the direct routing, and we could route this up to 8 different parallel destinations. So we can say, let's just do our premix group. So everything is still going out. So we could, just be able to kind of have multiple routing destinations like that. Okay, so we see Bo checking in from Denmark, if memory serves right. All right, Paul Gilrith just asked, I finished a mix yesterday. It sounded different from live. I imported and phase inverted the final mix, and there were a few things I could hear all VSTs. What does that mean and how to fix? So sometimes when we're doing really accurate emulations, we're emulating and VSTs are doing physical modeling on technology, there's always going to be like some randomness to that where it's never going to be exactly the same. So, so plugins themselves can always be slightly inconsistent. So I would say that's a pretty typical thing that you get with analog modeled plugins, could cause that. All right. You see, Michael B says, "How can I see compression or sidechain compression when can I use listen bus on supervision? Is it possible to have the sidechain effects on the track even if the sidechain input is muted?" So yeah. So let's say I wanted to come here. See, I think I have a project. Yeah, let's jump here. Okay, so let's say I have kind of an annoying Alright, so I want to sidechain this bass sound to the kick. So I'm going to come over, let's go to our compressor. So I put a compressor on, I'm going to open up the compressor. Let's activate the sidechain. We're going to set the sidechain source. And now we can say, okay, let's do it from the kick drum. So now we have the sidechain. But if we don't want that sidechain to be heard, like the source, the kick drum, what I could do now is come right over here and just choose no bus for the kick. So we have the resulting effect of the sidechain without having to hear the sidechain source. All right. So can I use the listen bus and so how can I see the compression or sidechain? So now if we choose to, I think if we come right over here and choose to render in place with the render settings, that when we do the render in place, we can still see, because Cubase is smart enough, and this is really hard to do apparently, but Cubase is smart enough that when you render in place or render files, that the resulting sidechain connections are now, I think in version 12, added the capability of incorporating the sidechain when you do render or export tracks. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Michael. Okay, so we see clarification. It says, let me clear my throat. All right, so from Rick France says, yes, I want to tag metadata. One example, making strings high, short. I know I could do it with color, but I want to use process editor to set those things for setting routing. And our example is disable and enable all Spitfire tracks. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look. So I'm not sure if it's metadata, because the tracks themselves don't have metadata. Usually the metadata is going to be stored within a particular audio file. So it's data that kind of goes along and is part of the audio file. So let's say I want to add, let's say we'll add instruments and we'll call it Spitfire. Okay, so we'll add a couple instrument tracks. Let's make these into MIDI. Okay, so I want to do high strings. All right, let me just add some more. We can add a couple MIDI tracks here. All right, so say high strings short, high strings long, low strings short, and we'll say low strings long. Okay. Okay, so let's say I want to take all my Spitfire and route it to, let's say we have a group track. So it usually isn't metadata that is doing this, but we can use like the track names for this. So let's go to our project logical editor. All right, so we want to take tracks that have name. We'll choose name contains Spitfire. And what we want to do is we're going to transform tracks named Spitfire. What we want to do is we'll go to a track operation, and we will say, I think we could disable the tracks. Let me just see if we could. Okay, so let's do, I think if we're going to come over here and select tracks that are named Spitfire, and then we'll see enable / disable tracks. We'll just try. Okay, so now we'll come over here. So we have all these tracks named Spitfire, and do that. Now all the tracks that contain the name Spitfire can be disabled. So let's say we want to do string short. I know you can do a color, but I want to use process editor to set these for routing. Okay, so now let's say I want to transform. So in that case, we could take, we're going to select tracks we're going to select events that have the name contains Spitfire, and we're going to, on a post process, disable that. So let's say I want to take name contains long. Okay, and what we want to do with long is we're going to transform names that contain long, and we want to go to a track operation, and we're going to connect an output, and we have our group output. So we'll come over here to our group 1 output. So now I click here, our track's name long. We look at the audio outputs, and we can see that the routing is automatically set those to the particular group for us. So that's how we could do, like, connect it to routing or disable tracks kind of using the name. So it's not really metadata that's doing it, but you could store these, and if you have a template, this becomes, with consistent naming, this becomes a very powerful example. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Rick. All right, Babylonia Studio says, why can't I select multiple tracks and change all of their volumes at once? So you can. All you have to do is, if we enable Q-Link, or if I take a number of tracks here, hold down Alt or Option plus Shift, and now we could, let's just add some different audio tracks here so you can see it as well. So again, select these particular tracks, hold down. So let's say they're all varying levels. So I could, if they're all selected, hold down Alt or Option, and that will automatically engage Q-Link. And then I could, whatever tracks are selected, I could just move. I can move this independently. Want to move these as a collective entity, I could click on the Q-Link button or just hold down Alt Control or Option Control. Or, I'm sorry, Alt or Option plus Shift. And then the Q-Link is turned on. Okay. Okay, so we see from Best Screen Jesus, is it possible to change the default MIDI note in the event editor, or do you have to do it after notes are placed? So let me know, like, because usually the MIDI editor doesn't have a default note. So if I come over here, let's say we extend this. So if I come over, I could see whatever MIDI data has been recorded. So if I'm here and I've recorded MIDI data, so now when we do this, it's going to show the MIDI data that's recorded. When I go to a particular, if I add a particular event here, but there's no notes, there's no default note. So let me know what the default note is that you're referring to, Best Screen Jesus, and be happy to see if I could help get it figured out for you. So we see Rick France just mentioning right now I have to do most of this through naming convention, but tags would be better. But generally, like, tracks themselves don't have tags. I mean, you could do it with track presets, but I think the naming conventions works really well still. All right, Michael B just says, what's the best way to change the level of a whole project or to avoid distortion in the mix? So like we just showed a couple minutes ago, probably utilizing the VCA fader. So if you want to come over, so I think like if we had everything mixing too hot, and why a VCA fader has its advantages is just because, a lot of times if you use groups, people will, so if we wanted to take all of our tracks here, again, we'll select add a VCA track to it. So now all these tracks here can be, so if it's all, so if we send it all to a group, what the group track can do is if we lower the group, that could affect the gain structure of like your reverb that's going to a vocal, so that would affect the reverb, like the gain structure of your effect sends, but a VCA doesn't do that. So you can assign it all to VCA. The VCA doesn't alter the sound. It doesn't sum the sound in any way. And at that point, it will, you could bring the overall mix up or down without any impact to gotchas and other gain structure of different areas of the mix. All right, we see Gareth has fed his daughter, so it's great, and all is well with the world. Tell her we said hello. All right, Babylonia Studio says, does Cubase have an auto sampler where it records samples for you by playing MIDI notes and recording them. So if you have Hallian, or if you have Groove Agent, the full version, so it doesn't come with Cubase, but if you wanted to come over, because we could actually sidechain, with the plugins. Let me see if I have this project here. So this is going to be an add-on tool, but it'll just kind of give you an idea of what you could do. So let's say we have a Hallian 6 open, and if I click on the right thing this time, that would help. All right, so we're going to come over, and we could have a sidechain. So I'm going to route the sidechain input from this Hallian Sonic here. So if we want to, I'll just turn this up a little louder so we could all hear it better. All right, so now when we go to, so we could go to the recorder tab here, and we could just say, okay, when I come here, let's do our input. We're going to choose a MIDI note on, and for stop, we'll choose our MIDI note off. We could set fixed durations if we wanted to. So at this point, I'm going to take the audio out of that. It's side-chained into Hallian. So I could say, I released a key. It's going to capture the MIDI note name. Sorry for hitting poly pressure there. All right, so now when we want to look at, we go to our edit. Let's get to our mapping page so we can see all of our notes that we've sampled in. So it's not included with Cubase, but if you have Hallian or the full version of Hallian, the full version of Groove Agent, which are both available inside Absolute 6, we can do kind of the sampling right there inside. And you can capture the velocity layer and of everything right there. Okay. Okay, so we see from Babylonia Studios, does warp mode, musical events follow, work on audio, as well as MIDI, or as well as just MIDI, meaning can it stretch audio, like it might slow down a MIDI part or speed up audio. All right, so let's take a look at it. So let's say, if I'm here, let me just draw in. All right, so I'll just put in some step entry here real quick. Here, I'll just draw some notes in. Okay, so let's say we have, so let's say we want to come over here. Let me just chop this event. All right, so just now when we come over here, so you can see that if we had, so, we could kind of change our times like that, and we can see it impact the MIDI data. So let me just open up the in-place editor so we could see it a little more obviously. So you could do kind of the warping, and that will affect MIDI timing as well. All right, James Daly asks, can you put notes on the keys in the editor? I'm not a keyboard player, so I like to see the notes on the keys. So when we're in the, let's say we're in the key editor, we just jump back to a different project. Okay, so when we come here, so let's say, generally it's always, they don't necessarily, I understand if you're not a musician, but I think it's like, not, you could actually, if you're at a certain zoom level, you don't necessarily see the keys. And it's, it's really learning 12 notes if you can take the time to study that. But if you have a certain zoom vertical size, you can see the actual notes. But it's not that hard to learn. Now, if we come over here, we do have a scale assistant. So let's say, okay, I'm in the key of G major. Okay, so what we could do now, if we wanted to kind of filter the view, I could say I want to show only pitches from the scale assistant. And now, once we do that, because we take keys away to show only the notes that are in the key of G major, then each of the keys will be labeled. So if you want to see all the notes available, you'd have to kind of learn. But if you use the scale assistant to define the key, you could come over here and just say show pitches from the scale assistant. And then it's going to filter out every note that's not in key, and you could just freely draw notes in without worry for being out of key. But accidentals are great and incredibly great musical tool. All right, Sable Winters wants to hit the like button if you forgot to. Okay, we see just a question, what is free warp mode? So with free warp mode, what we could do is, let's say you had a performance and the performance was like out of time. So I'm going to come over here. So we can see often we'll have hit points when we go into a sample editor, so we could adjust our threshold for hit points. And what we could do is create warp markers. Okay. Now when we go to our free warp tool, what we could do is just come over here and we say free warp. So let's say the guitar player came in a little early or a little late. You could just come right over here and say, oh, this entrance, and you'll see kind of this tool, and where the left arrow is pointing to, you can say, oh, that was a little early, a little late. We want this to be a little delayed to match the kick. Now we could just kind of come over here and we could freely adjust and kind of like tweak the rhythmic accuracy of a performance very easily. And we could have it automatically kind of snap into the groove. So if we have snap turned on, we can say, okay, we want this to automatically kind of pop right into the groove as well. So very, very great way of doing editing. Or you see Mars Little says, hey, anyone sharing live on their dime to share knowledge gets my praise. Thank you for sharing. Cubase is a great program. Version 14 MIDI sequencing is awesome. So we just want to make sure everyone, we know that there's people invest money in our solutions, and we want to make sure that everyone can get the most out of their Cubase for them. All right, so we see Michael Pierce on. He's teaching this evening. We hope you're doing well. All right, we see Nick on from Essex in the UK. Okay, so we see Midnight Picnic with clarification. It says, thank you, Greg. Maybe I didn't explain my question properly. If I have an audio loop in A, can I use the chord track to follow the chords I write in the project, or will the audio follow, let's say, A, D, E? So if it's not going to the chord track, audio can map to it monophonic audio. So you could do vocals to create harmonies. You could take saxophone parts and be able to have those follow the chord track, or a bass part be able to follow the chord track. But it's not intended for like chords. So if you have like a piano or a guitar part that's playing chords, the chords won't automatically follow, but it could take a monophonic audio event and work with that. Sorry for a misunderstanding on my part. All right, so we see Michael B. Can I have one window of one channel on top, even if I'm selecting other channels? So I want one window on top and change another. All right, so let's say I'm here. I want to take, let's say this track. I want to open up my channel strip. Okay, now I think that there's a preference. So let's go over here to preferences or settings. I think under editors, that event editor follows, editor content follows event selection. So if I uncheck that, and let's say I keep this on top, so I'll say let's always on top. So now like this can always be playing. I could open up a different channel. Let me just, there's one other little tip. Let me see if I remember. So let's open up. Let's make sure that preference is still checked, unchecked. Okay. So let's say I'll just come here. We have this track. I'll do like just a really obvious EQ change. All right. So if it's, maybe it's like holding down. Right. Yeah, there is like a little secret to this. I'm trying to remember what it is. Sorry, I'm having a brain cramp, but there is some little. One other little click. Let me just see if I come here to. If I hold down maybe a modifier key. Yeah, there is a way to do it. I did a tutorial video. I have to watch my own tutorial video. It's kind of embarrassing, but okay, so now let's say this is on. So I have two different events here. So let's say now I want to change this channel. So this is this channel. So all right, so this is the selected channel here. I have this window open. Yeah, there is a way to do it. Oh, I may have to watch my own video, but there is a way to have the two of them open, so one can stay open constantly if you wanted to. Let me just, and it might be just like holding down a modifier key when we go to open it. I'll make sure to point that out on Tuesday's live stream. Sorry about that, Michael. Okay, Rashab just says, how can I manually automate the parameter of a third-party plugin with a single click? I already know about the right play and move parameter method. So if you have a plugin, so third-party plugins can do this. A lot of them don't use this particular function, but it is a part of the VST3 specification. So let's say I have a plugin here. So some third-party plugins do it. A lot of people don't. A lot of plugin companies don't do this. So let's say I'm in a multi-tap delay. And if you want to reveal a particular parameter, you could just right-click and say Show Feedback Automation Track. So whatever parameter you're on, right-click, and that's part of the VST3 specification. So let me know if that's helpful, kind of what you want it to do. All right, let me get to some questions that were mailed in before we forget. All right, so the question was how to get samples dropped into the drum machine to be placed in the project audio folder. Okay, so this is a new addition to 14.02. So let's jump back here. Let's activate this, and I'll revert. Okay, so let's say we have a drum machine here. So we open up our drum machine, and I'm going to just drag a sample onto a drum machine pad. So we drag this over. And it used to be that would always be kind of at the same location. All right, so it wouldn't really have a reference in the project to that. But now with 14.02, I could come over. Let's go to our pool window, and we could see that we now could see a plugin folder. And we can see that we have like the Steinberg Media Technologies. We can see drum machine. And then we can see our snare file that we just dropped in. So if I want to take another file and drop it in, we go to our pool window. We can see two files that have been created into this location. Now when we look at it, these are still going to be in their original location. So, and that's kind of the same behavior as it was before. But if I just now right-click and we choose Prepare Archive, we'll say external files will be copied into the project directory. We'll say Proceed, and the pool is ready for archive. And now we look at the folders and all of the folders. As we look at the folder here, we'll notice that the folder is automatically updated to the project folder. So I know it's kind of a feature request. A lot of people that wanted to drag and drop samples into the drum machine and be able to save those samples in the project can now do that. So it's automatically added and just do a prepare archive, and those functions will now be included. All right, another question that we had mailed in was, since we switched to the lower zone mix console, we used to have buttons, and we had this question earlier from Babylonia Studios about, seeing the inserts, the sends, and the faders, but people wanted to have kind of the lower zone mixer and be able to kind of toggle back and forth. But, so those buttons are gone because now in 14, we added the capability of seeing the whole mixer. But if you want to have kind of a relatively the same space as previous versions, one of the things that was added in 14.02, which is wonderful, is the ability to hide faders. So when we hide the fader, we can just come over and see our inserts and sends and routing even. And we could assign that to a keyboard shortcut. So when we come over here, I can make sure that this is the active window, and as we add the keyboard shortcut from our MIDI remote, so I think I added it on my nano control. I'll come here. So now we go to the mixer. I could just hit one button to hide or show the faders. So now I can see my routing, my inserts, my sends, direct routing. So, and we could right click and choose which sections that we want to see. So now we could have just one mouse click to show the faders, one mouse click to show not only inserts or sends, but inserts and sends and hardware routing if you have a Steinberg interface, and direct routing if necessary. All right. Next question. Hi, Greg. Nice to see Nuendo 14 out of the gate. Could you please confirm in the live stream that Nuendo 14 will have all the features of Cubase 14, including those really nice ones in the recent update? So they will. So it's going to have all the Cubase 14.02 features with all of the features that we see inside of all the Cubase 14.02, plus the addition of all the wonderful Nuendo features which were unveiled on Wednesday. All right, so we have a question. I have a 14-bit touch OSC layout. I'm trying to get working to achieve higher resolution on a fader. It's just a single fader for now, and it seems to be working and sending the correct format of data. However, when I map it into the mapping editor, it's very jumpy, much worse than a 7-bit normal fader. I'm going to post a video where you can see what I mean. If anyone can point me in the right direction, it'd be helpful. So I don't have a fader that's 14-bit capable or a MIDI controller. So I haven't been able to test it. I'll see if I could get a Touch OSC license, maybe a trial version. But I had a friend that had one, but he kind of had to leave town for a couple of days. So I was hoping to borrow his. So hopefully over the weekend I might have access to a 14-bit controller to test. Okay, we did the next one. All right, All right, so I think we covered 4 or 5 of the other questions in the live stream. So let's jump back to our live questions. Thanks for all the great questions. You can always send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, Zubair Mahak says mouse wheel doesn't work on send. So there is a preference for that. So let's say if we have a send, so let me open up send here. All right, so we have our studio delay. So we come over here. So now by default, the mouse wheel will be set up so that we can navigate vertically. But if we wanted to control the parameter, if we go to your preferences or settings, and I think it's going to be under project and mix console, scrolling, disable mouse wheel for parameter change. So if we hit apply there, now we could hover over and with the mouse wheel adjust the volume. So again, come to your settings. Under editing, project and mix console, scrolling, disable mouse scroll wheel for parameter change. So if you want that back, just uncheck that preference. But now the design intention is that we could just navigate vertically within the mixer. So, and instead of, if I started here adjusting that value inadvertently or unknowingly, that we don't have that as an issue. All right, so we did the how to do it MIDI to audio, the render in place. All right, we see Michael Pierce says thank you so much for pointing out Tuesday. There's a command to open the instrument on a channel with a shortcut. Revelation of the week, totally changed my workflow. Yeah, it's a good one. And it's actually on the CC121. It's a dedicated button for that. All right. Do you have some idea how to use YouTube or streaming services as a reference track in Cubase? So some loopback inside Cubase without downloading any tracks. So it's not a Cubase functionality, but more of a functionality of your audio interface. So let's say we'll go to, so like the Steinberg UR interfaces were kind of added with this technology. So let's come over, let's say, okay, so what we want to do is to come over, so let's say, what I want to do is take my system audio, and I'm going to route my system audio out to my UR24 streaming, and this is dependent on your audio interface. It's not necessarily a Cubase function. So what I want to do now is we'll set a stereo audio track. We're going to say we're going to use our streaming left to right as my input. So we'll just call this YouTube. All right, so I will go ahead and we'll sell this track. I'll hit record. All right, and now we will
editing MIDI in Cubase. A lot of people don't take advantage of the in-place key editor that you can bring up right in the project window. You don't necessarily have to open up the key editor.
All right, so now if we want to, we'll stop recording, and now we could just take that, and as we play,
Editing MIDI in Cubase. A lot of people don't take advantage of the in-place key editor that you can bring up.
So now with with the loopback device, you could record directly in. So in essence, this one particular audio interface could serve like three purposes. I could run it as my DAW. I could send the output to streaming. I could capture the input from streaming, or I could also connect a microphone and connect and communicate and talk during my live stream with one single interface. All right, Babylonia Studio. So does this network thing work just within one studio's network, or could be used in studios in different locations through the internet? So it can be a wide area network. Most people tend to run it as a local area network. Okay. All right, so we see Michael B says, when I don't have loopback in my interface audio, can I have loopback in Cubase and Audacity? That option is possible. So it's not really, it's kind of, could be a different way of routing the audio, and other methods that some programs use are not, like the audio quality suffers pretty significantly. So, but a lot of audio interfaces will have loopback specifically for that. All right, so we see from Babylonia Studio, and this is maybe a comment to Cornell. It says, when I've used it, change the tempo of bars, effectively changing MIDI data that is set to the musical grid. So if it's like with the warping, if the MIDI track itself, so let's say if we have MIDI data here. So one thing is, so let's say, okay, I just want to put in some whole notes. Okay, let me make sure. So, but one of the things that you could try is just coming over here, since we're running short on time, and just placing this into linear mode. So let me just see if I get this. Something we're gonna, but yeah, so try, if you don't want the MIDI to follow the tempo changes and for it to remain in its same position, just simply place that track into linear mode, or you could lock the track, either way. All right, wonderful. See Suede TV and Recording Studio on. All right, so see Flyview sent the profile manager file. So yeah, I'll take a look at it. Okay. All right, we've got a couple minutes left. Let's see. All right, so we see from Ricky Tera says for 15-inch laptop display, inspector window is a mess. Need work over here to sort this. Can also put insert section in lower zone like Ableton Live. So, check what your resolution is. But, also like, as you're working, we could choose to, have, if you have a smaller screen resolution, if you're on a, depending on your screen resolution, you may want to go to like your settings if you're on Windows platform and just make sure that, we could, under general, you might want to try, it's not on the Mac platform, but you'll see like high DPI settings and high DPI scaling. So make sure, but, if you want it to only have, let's say, as we come over here, it's very easy to say, okay, I want my fader to be this tall. I want to see inserts, or if I want to see all 16 inserts, if I want to show all available slots or just insert slots that are in use, we could do that. But I think it's very easy between the two different, inspectors to have a lot of information and see all of your inserts pretty easily. But if you want to send me a picture of your screen, I'd be happy to take a look at it. But try increasing your screen resolution and adjusting high DPI scaling if you're on Windows platform. Okay. Okay, so a question from Sable. What is the most efficient method to add and apply a drum loop wave file to a track and then stretch it over additional bars? It's an EDM. I've never used Groove Agent or Halion Sonic. So if it's a drum loop, it's going to be probably just an audio recording of a particular loop. So let's come over here. Let's say, okay, it's like maybe see if there's any audio in there. It's just MIDI. So let's take a look. Okay, so I want to find, let's say, beats. Okay, so if I have this in my project and I want to just duplicate it a number of times, I could hit, if it's selected, I could hit Control or Command plus the letter D to duplicate. If we want to undo that, I could also just grab the right center edge of the event. And if we just kind of look at that, we'll see like this little handle here in the right center, and then I could just drag it out across. Okay. So we see Babylonia Studios says, can you assign custom names to plugins? So I think in earlier versions that you could customize it, but you could customize, you could in the VST2 plugins, like you could rename the DLL. You might be able to rename the .vst3 file. But if you wanted custom names, you could also just, have a track preset with custom name and be able to load it in. All right, we see from Babylonia Studios, Greg, I'm curious, what are some of your wish list features for Cubase Nuendo 15? So sometimes I don't share those, because I'm kind of I'm under non-disclosure agreements. And sometimes if I say it publicly, another company would implement it. That's happened many times. So I'm kind of under NDA, so I can't really share some of my feature wish. But a lot of the the functionality that we see incorporated into Cubase is a result of feedback that we've gotten. So I think that we are out of time. Sorry we didn't get through all the questions, but we'll be back on Tuesday. I want to thank everyone for taking part in the live stream today. Thanks for all the wonderful questions. I hope that everyone's learned a tip or trick. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, and hit the like button and tell your friends about it, and we'll be back on Tuesday. Thank you very much, and we'll see you Tuesday. Everyone stay safe and healthy, and goodbye.